Hello and welcome everybody to War of the Elders. Today we will be continuing on with our previous series where we were taking a read of the Art of War, and we'll be redoing the first portion due to some audio issues in that original stream, but a proper continuation, picking up where we last left off, will be with Oblivion Remastered. We'll be going through the Art of War, I should say, in order to soak up all of that useful, juicy information about tactics and strategy and logistics and the way of looking at the world through a bit more of a operationalistic lens, a way of kind of taking in the categories of what is and turning them into what we can do with them, what kind of analyses and goals and utilities that we can pull from our environment as such and advantage ourselves with, which is broadly applicable, obviously not just in the very martial features of war proper, but indeed in everyday life, in everything from dealing with your own interpersonal relationships to maybe planning businesses, finance, what have you. It's an interesting way to think about the world. And on the side of Oblivion, of course, we will be seeing about what has changed, what has come about, and since it is a fairly old game, and while a lot of content has definitely been put out about it and regarding it by many people, I never really played it too terribly thoroughly in my youth, but I do have some very fond memories of it, and there is certainly a deep, deep well of lore, which I think is worth exploring, particularly with your old pal Kairos. But, without further ado, we have no new housekeeping additions to make, so we'll be getting right on into the audiobook portion. Which, for those of you who are new to the channel, this is where we do a live recording of the given work at hand. And in this case, that would be Sun Tzu's On the Art of War. And this will take place in broad sections. We do chunks. We try and keep it fairly succinct, where you'll hear the hums, haws, and hms all together in the effort of capturing a clean, clear, crisp version of the written word, so that we can cut it together later and provide it to everybody for free for their knowledge, for their experience, for their journey throughout the world's literature as I can come by it and acquire it. So, do expect all of those little defects and details and even commentary of someone who is narrating the piece at hand. After big sections like large chapters where it feels appropriate, we will have an open section where I do a recap of what was just read, then do a reply if there's anything meaningful to extract from that, philosophically, literarily, poetically, or what have you. Anything that really catches my interest, my attention. And afterwards, if there is anything to be seen out of our watchers, our viewers, our folks who are hopefully enjoying the piece altogether, it will be over here in the chat, and I'll take a look at that, and we can have a few community moments together. So, Sun Tzu on the Sun Tzu's On the Art of War, recorded by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold, June 25th. June 25th. June 25th. I can hear a click, which is an interesting addition. Let's adjust that a wee bit. June 25th, 2025. Part 1. The oldest military treatise in the world. Translated from the Chinese, with introduction and critical notes. By Lionel Giles, M.A., Assistant in the Department of Oriental Printed Books and MSS, in the British Museum. And now obviously I am a English first language speaker and reader, so I do not have all of the pronunciations all to hand. I will be looking those up as we go and doing my very double best. Luzak. London. Luzak & Co. 1910. Printed by E.J. Bill. Leiden, Holland. To my brother, Captain Valentine Giles, R.G., in the hopes that a work 2,400 years old may yet contain lessons worth consideration by the soldier of today. This translation is affectionately dedicated. Preface. The 7th volume of... and yes, there is a bit of a editorial license I'll be taking with all of the foreign language portions where I will have those translated. And we will have that, since I don't speak, let alone have an easy time pronouncing great lengths, well, at least with any amount of adequacy, any foreign language strings. The seventh volume of Memoirs concerning the history, sciences, arts, customs, habits, etc. of the Chinese is devoted to the art of war, and contains, amongst other treatises, the 13 Articles of Sun Tzu. The 13 Articles of Sun Tzu, translated from the Chinese by a Jesuit father, Joseph Amiot. Père Amiot appears to have enjoyed no small reputation as a sinologue. Père Amiot appears to have enjoyed no small reputation as a sinologue in his day, and the field of his labors was certainly extensive. But his so-called translation of Sun Tzu, if placed side by side with the original, is seen at once to be little better than an imposture. It contains a great deal that Sun Tzu did not write, and very little indeed of what he did. Here is a fair specimen, taking from the opening sentences Here is a fair specimen, taken from the opening sentences of Chapter 5. On skill in the government of troops, Sun Tzu said, Have the Sun Tzu said, Have the names of all officers, both generals and subalterns. Write them down in a separate catalog, with a note of the talents and capacities of each of them, so that you can employ them to advantage when the opportunity arises. Make sure that all those you are to command are convinced that your main intention is to preserve them from all harm. The troops you send against the enemy must be like stones that you throw against eggs. From you to the enemy, there should be no other difference than that of the strong to the weak, of the empty to the full, of the empty to the full, of the empty to the full. Attack openly, but win in secret. This, in a few words, is what skill and perfection in the government of troops consist of. Throughout the 19th century, which saw a wonderful development in the study of Chinese literature, no translator ventured to tackle Sun Tzu, although his work was known to be highly valued in China as by far the oldest and best compendium of military science. It was not until the year 1905 that the first English translation by Captain E. F. Calthrop, RFA, appeared at Tokyo under the title Son Shi, the Japanese form of Sun Tzu. The Japanese form of Sun Tzu. Unfortunately, Cow and peppermint today, incidentally. Unfortunately, it was evident that the translator's knowledge of Chinese was far too scanty to fit him to grapple with the manifold difficulties of Sun Tzu. He himself plainly acknowledges that without the aid of two Japanese gentlemen, the accompanying translation would have been impossible. We can only wonder, then, that with their help it should have been so excessively bad. It is not merely a question of downright blunders from which none can hope to be wholly exempt. Omissions were frequent. Hard passages were willfully distorted or slurred over. Such offenses are less pardonable. They would not be tolerated in any edition. of a Greek or Latin classic, and a similar standard of honesty ought to be insisted upon in translations from Chinese. From blemishes of this nature, at least I believe that the present translation is free. It was not undertaken out of any inflated estimate of my own powers, but I could not help feeling that Sun Tzu deserved a better fate than had befallen him. And I knew that, at any rate, I could hardly fail to improve on the work of my predecessors. Towards the end of 1908, a new and revised edition of Captain Calthrop's translation was translated in... Towards the end of 1908, a new and revised edition of Captain Calthrop's translation was published in London, this time, however, without any allusion to his Japanese collaborators. My first 3 chapters were then already in the printer's hands, so that the criticisms of Captain Calthrop therein contained must be understood as referring to his earlier edition. In the subsequent chapters, I have of course transferred my attention to the second edition. This is on the whole an improvement on the other, though there still remains much that cannot pass muster. Some of the grosser blunders have been rectified and lacunae filled up, but on the other hand, a certain number of new mistakes appear. The very first sentence of the introduction is startlingly inaccurate, and later on, while mention is made of an army of Japanese commentators on Sun Tzu, who are these, by the way? Not a word is mentioned. Not a word is vouchsafed about the Chinese commentators, who wrote nevertheless, I venture to assert, from a... Who? Not a word is vouchsafed about the Chinese commentators, who, nevertheless, I venture to assert, form a much more numerous and infinitely more important army. A few special features of the present volume may now be noticed. In the first place, the text has been cut up into numbered paragraphs, both in order to facilitate cross-reference and for the convenience of students generally. The division follows broadly that of Sun... in our first name. Now, if you can't tell, I will be trying to preserve these pronunciations to the best of my abilities here. Sun Xingyan. There we go. The division follows broadly that of Sun Xing... Yes. The division broadly follows that of Sun Xingyan's edition, but I have sometimes found it desirable to join two or more of his paragraphs into one. In quoting from other words, Chinese writers seldom give more than the bare title by way of reference. And the task of research is apt to be seriously hampered in consequence. With a view to obviating this difficulty, so far as Sun Tzu is concerned, I have also appended a complete concordance of Chinese characters, following in this the admirable example of Leg. Ledge, should have recalled. Following in this the admirable example of Ledge. With a view to obviating this difficulty, so far as Sun Tzu is concerned, I have also appended a complete concordance of Chinese characters, following in this the admirable example of Ledge, though an alphabetical arrangement has been preferred to the distribution under radicals which he adopted. Another feature borrowed from the Chinese classics is the printing of text, translation, and notes on the same page. The notes, however, are inserted according to the Chinese method, immediately after the passages to which they refer. From the mass of native commentary, my aim has been to extract the cream only, adding the Chinese text here and there when it seemed to present points of literary interest. Though constituting in itself an important branch of Chinese literature, very little commentary of this kind has hitherto been made directly accessible by translation. I may say in conclusion that, owing to the printing off of my sheets as they were completed, the work has not had the benefit of a final revision. On a review of the whole, without modifying the substance of my without on a review of the whole, without modifying the substance of my criticisms, I might have been inclined in a few instances to temper their asperity. Having chosen to wield a bludgeon, however, I shall not cry out if I am having chosen to wield a bludgeon, however, I shall not cry out if, in return, I am visited with more than a rap over the knuckles. Indeed, I have been at some pains to put a sword into the hands of future opponents by scrupulously giving either text or reference for every passage translated. A scathing review, even from the pen of the Shanghai critic who despises mere translations, would not, I must confess, be altogether unwelcome, for, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befall the, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befell the ingenious paradoxes of George, in the Vicar of Wakefield. In the Vicar of Wakefield. For, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befell the ingenious paradoxes of George in the Vicar of Wakefield. In the preface, wow, is there much to summarize in the preface? It's about 6 pages. I suppose it is worth its time. So here we are in the recap section. In the preface, Lionel Giles gives us his outline of his reasonings, his history, and his dispositions towards the work of previous translators of The Art of War. Therein he makes clear his fallibility, predecessors, and current aims with this edition of the book. And at once in the beginning, marks this tome in honor of his brother, in hopes that he, much as many soldiers across the world and on, much as many soldiers, scholars, and general learners across the world and on, might begain some wisdom, theory, and perhaps even inspiration from what he puts down as a sincere effort at doing justice in his native English to this prized historic work, while leaving himself open and with open arms to all critics, even the most common and colloquial. And is there anything to reply to? I think there might be. One of the things that the preface does for us, one of the things that the preface does for us, that I think is so terribly underrated, undersold, and underperformed, is set the document forth, since it is meant to serve as an informational one. Since it is meant to serve as an informational one. Since it is meant to serve as an informational one. In a fallible, humilitous, sincere tone. One that is open to critique of all varieties. One that is open to critique of all varieties. Examination, addition, collaboration, and overall fellowship in learning. As one who is very accustomed to both in academic or educational texts, and of course, most certainly in colloquial conversation. The assertion of I am right, the assertion of I am right, you are wrong, and with absolutely no shred of evidence or even the ability to verify or falsify a claim, even with its old age, even with its old provenance of many a decade past. Whatever other characteristics that Giles has as a person and an author. For anyone who takes a stance, be it in public or private, official or casual, authority or subordinate, I think that something as genuine and level-handed as this approach is something we can all appreciate. It's something we can all appreciate. And with any fortune, take into ourselves and make a part of us. And make a part of us. All right, and now on to the next part. Introduction. Sun Tzu and his book Suma Qian gives the introduction. Sun Tzu and his book Suma Qian gives the following biography of Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu Wu. Sun Tzu. Sun Sun Tzu Wu was a native of the Qi state. Let's make sure. I'm pretty sure that is pronounced Qi. Yes. Was a native of the Qi state. Was a native of the Qi state. His art of war brought him to the notice of Sun Tzu Wu was a native of the Qi state. His art of war brought him to the notice of Ho Lu, king of Wu. Ho Lu said to him, I have carefully perused. Ho Lu said to him, I have carefully perused your 13 chapters. May I submit your theory of managing soldiers to a slight test? Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu replied, You may. You may. Olu asked, May the test be applied to women? The answer was again in the affirmative. So arrangements were made to bring out 180 The answer was again in the affirmative. So arrangements were made to bring out arrangements were made to bring out 180 ladies out of the palace. Sun Tzu I don't know why we have such a hard time catching the S's. I would wager that's probably part of the sound or the noise suppression. The answer was again in the affirmative. So arrangements were made to bring 100 ladies. The answer was again in the affirmative. So the answer was again in the affirmative. The answer was again in the affirmative. So arrangements were made to bring 180 ladies out of the palace. Sun Tzu divided them into 2 companies and placed one of the king's favorite concubines at the head of each. He then bade them all take Sun Tzu divided them into 2 companies and placed one of the king's favorite concubines at the head of each. He then bade them all take spears in their hands. And addressed them thus. I presume you know the difference between front and back. Right hand and left hand. The girls replied, Yes. Sun Tzu went on. When I say When I say eyes front, you must look straight ahead. When I say left turn. When I say left turn. When I say left turn, you must face towards your left hand. You must face towards your left hand. When I say right turn. When I say right turn, you must face towards your right hand. When I say about turn, you must face right round towards the back. Again the girls assented. Again the girls assented. The words of command having been thus explained, he set up the halberds and battle-axes. He set up the halberds and battle-axes in order to begin the drill. Then, to the sound of drums, he gave the order, right turn. But the girls only burst out laughing. Sun Tzu said, if words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, then the general is to blame. He started drilling them again, and this time gave the orders, left turn, whereupon the girls once more burst into fits of laughter. Sun Tzu said, if words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, the general is to blame. The general is to blame. The general is to blame. The general is to The general is to blame. But if his orders are clear, and the soldiers nevertheless disobey, and the soldiers nevertheless disobey, then it is the fault of their officers. So saying, he ordered the leaders of the two companies to be beheaded. So saying, he ordered the leaders of the two companies to be beheaded. He ordered the leaders of the two companies to be beheaded. Now the King of Wu was watching the scene from the top of a raised pavilion, and when he saw that his favorite concubines were about to be executed, he was greatly alarmed and hurriedly sent down the following message. We are now quite satisfied as to our general's ability to handle troops. If we are bereft of these two concubines, our meat and drink will lose their savor. It is our wish that they shall not be beheaded. Sun Tzu replied, having once received His Majesty's commission to be the general of his forces. There are certain commands of His Majesty which, acting in that capacity, I am unable to accept. Accordingly, he had the two leaders beheaded, and straightway installed the pair next in order as leaders in their place. When this had been done, the drum was sounded for the drill once more. The drum was sounded for the drill once more, and the girls went through all the evolutions, turning to the right or to the left, marching ahead or wheeling back, kneeling or standing, with perfect accuracy and precision, not venturing to utter a sound. Then Sun Tzu sent a messenger. Then Sun Tzu sent a messenger to the king, saying, Then Sun Tzu sent a messenger. Then Sun Tzu sent a messenger to the king, saying, Your soldiers, sire, are now properly drilled and disciplined, and ready for your majesty's inspection. They can be put to any use that their sovereign may desire. Bid them go through fire and water, and they will not disobey. But the king replied, Let our generals cease drilling and return to camp. As for us, we have no wish to come down and inspect the troops. Thereupon Sun Tzu said, The king is only fond of words, and cannot translate them into deeds. Thereupon Sun Tzu said, The king is only fond of words, and cannot translate them into deeds. After that, Holu saw that Sun Tzu was one who knew how to handle an army, and finally appointed him general. In the west, he defeated the Chu state. And forced his way into Ying, the capital. To the north, he put fear into the states of Qi and Qin, and spread his fame abroad amongst the feudal princes. And Sun Tzu shared in the might of the king. About Sun Tzu himself. This is all about Sun Tzu himself. Perfect time for a car. It's actually been fairly steadily quiet tonight, thankfully. Probably for the great heat wave that's keeping most everybody indoors, myself included. Sounds like someone is mowing their yard at night. Wonderful. About Sun Tzu himself. This is all that Sima Qian has to tell us in this chapter. But he proceeds to give a biography of his descendant. Well, the Chinese characters say Sun Bi, but the English says Sun Bin. I guess I'll go with the Anglicized version. But he proceeds to give a biography of his descendant, Sun Bin, born about 100 years after his famous ancestor's death, and also the outstanding military genius of his time. The historian speaks of him too as Sun Tzu, and in his preface we read, the literal translation is, Sun Tzu discussed the art of war despite being crippled. Or, Sun Tzu, though lame, discussed military strategy. I feel like that's a very unlocalized translation. That's funny. Sun Tzu had his feet cut off, and yet continued to discuss the art of war. Sun Tzu had his feet cut off, and yet continued to discuss Sun Tzu had his feet cut off, and yet continued to discuss the art of... Sun Tzu had his feet cut off, and yet continued to discuss the art of war. The art of war. It seems likely, then, that Pin was a nickname bestowed upon him after his mutilation. It seems likely, then, that Pin was a nickname bestowed upon him after his mutilation. It seems likely, then... It seems likely, then, that Pin was a name bestowed upon... It seems likely, then, that Pin was a nickname bestowed on him after his mutilation, unless indeed the story was invented in order to account for the name. The crowning incident of his career, the crowning incident of his career, the crowning incident of his career, the defeat of his treacherous rival, Hongduan. Gotcha. The crowning incident of his career, the crushing defeat of his treacherous rival, Pang Chuan, will be found briefly related on page 40. To return to the elder Sun Tzu, he is mentioned in 2 other passages of the Shichi. I did remember that pronunciation. In the 3rd year of his reign, 512 BC, Ho Lu, king of Wu, took the field with Su Chu. Took the field with Su Chu. See if I got that right. Su Chu. King of Wu, took the field with Zhu Chu. Ire. You win. Wu, you win. Ire. Wu, you win. Ire, you win. And Bo Pei attacked Chu. He captured the town of Shu and slew the 2 princes' sons who had formerly been generals of Wu. He was then meditating a descent on Ying, the capital. But the general Sun Wu said, "The army is exhausted. It is not yet possible. We must wait." After further successful fighting, in the 9th year, 506 BC, King Ho Lu of Wu addressed Wu Jushu and Sun Wu saying, formerly, 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 you declare, formerly, one of these. Formerly, you declared that it was not yet possible for us to enter Ying. Is the time ripe now? Formerly, you declared that it was not yet possible for us to enter Ying. Is the time ripe now? Is the time ripe now? The two men replied, choose general. Qi Cheng is grasping and covetous, and the princes of Tang and Sei. Tang and Sai. Should have known. The two men replied, choose general. Qi Cheng is grasping and covetous, and the princes of Tang and Sai. Both have a grudge against him. If your majesty has resolved to make a grand attack, you must win over Tang and Sai, and then you may succeed. Olu followed this advice. Beat Chu in 5 pitched battles and marched into Ying. This is the latest date at which anything is recorded of Sun Wu. He does not appear to have survived his patron. This is the latest date at which anything is recorded of Sun Wu. He does not appear to have survived his patron, who died from the effects of a wound in 490. Who died from the effect. Card time. Awesome. He does not appear to have survived his patron, who died from the effects of a wound in 496. Shaban. In the chapter entitled In the chapter entitled Liu Shu, Liu Shu, the earlier portion of which Im Shavan, the earlier portion of which Im Shavan believes Im Shavan believes to be a fact. Im Shavan believes to be a fragment of a treatise on military weapons. There occurs this passage. From this time onwards, a number of famous soldiers arose, one after the other. Gao Fan, who was employed by the Gao Fan, who was employed by the Qin state. Gao Fan, who was employed by the Qin state. Wang Qi in service of Qi. Wang Qi in service of Qi. Wang Zi in the service of Qi. In the service of Qi. And Sun Wu in the service of Wu. These men developed and threw light upon the principle. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. Upon the principles of war. I guess we have a busy streak here. Upon the principles of war. Upon the principles of war. Upon the principles of war. There we go. It is obvious that Sima Qian at least had no doubt about the reality of Sun Wu as an historical personage, and with one exception to be noticed presently, he is by far the most important authority. He is by far the most important authority. He is by far the most important authority. He is by far the most important authority on the period in question. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of such a work as Wu Yue Chun Shou. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of such a work. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of such a work as the Wu Yue Chun Shou. Wu Yue Chun Shou. And another car. I guess I was right. Wu Yue Chun Shou. Yeah, they were distant enough. Which is supposed to have been written by Jauffre. Which is supposed to have been written by Jauffre. Which is supposed to have been written by Jauffre of the 1st century AD. The attribution is somewhat doubtful, but even if it were otherwise, his account would be of little value, based as it is on the Shi Che, and expanded with romantic details. The story of Sun Tzu will be found for what it is worth. The story of Sun Tzu will be found for what it is worth. For what it is worth in Chapter 2. The story of Sun Tzu will be found for what it is worth in Chapter 2. The only new points in it worth noting. The only new points in it worth noting are 1. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Holu. The only new points in it worth noting are 1. Sun Tzu was first recommended but Sun Tzu was first recommended to Holu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Holu by Wu Zichu. By Wu Zichu. 2. He is called a native of Wu. He is called a native of Wu. 3. He had previously lived a retired life, and his contemporaries were unaware of his ability. Why none see? The following passage occurs in Huainan Zi. When sovereign and ministers show perversity of mind. When sovereign and ministers show perversity of mind. When sovereign and ministers show perversity of mind, it is impossible even for Sun Tzu to encounter the foe. It is impossible even for a Sun Tzu to encounter the foe. Assuming that this work is genuine, and hitherto no doubt has been cast upon it, we have here the earliest direct reference to Sun Tzu for Huan Chu. Assuming that this work is genuine, and hitherto no doubt has been cast upon it, we have here the earliest direct reference to Sun Tzu. We have here the earliest direct reference to Sun Tzu. For one night, why not? Why not see? For Huainan Ji died. For Huainan Ji died in 122 BC. For Huainan Ji died in 122 BC, many years before the Shi Chu was given to the world. Liu Xiang, Xin Shu, Dong Mingche, Qing Shi Bian Zhong, Qing Shi Bian Zhong Chu, Sun Jinggong, Jinggung, Feng. Okay. Liu Xiang, BC 80 through 9, in his Xin Shu, completed in 1134, informs us that the surname Sun was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather. And current time. I think that's actually pronounced Jinggong. Gung. Was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather by Jinggung. Was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather by Jinggung. Was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather by Jinggung. Was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather by Jinggung, Duke Qing of Qi. Duke Qing of Qi. 547 through 490 BC. 547 through 490 BC. Man. My nose isn't running at all, but it's something right on that salt palette that always makes the click. (547 through 490 BC). Soon Woo's, bloody hell. Sun Wu's father, Sun Fung Ping. See if I got that right. Sun Wu's father. Sun Wu's father, Sun Fung. Always cuts the S off, man. Sun Wu's father. Sun Wu's father, Sun Fung Ping. Sun Fung Ping. Sun Fung Ping rose to be a minister of state in Qi, and Sun Wu himself, whose style was Chongqing. Okay. And another car. Cool. We are many pages away from even being done with this. Section. Well, at least we have like 45 minutes anyway. Sun Wu's father, Sun Fung Ping, rose to be a minister of the state in Qi. Rose to be a minister of state in Qi. Rose to be a minister of state in Qi. And Sun Wu himself. And Sun Wu himself. And Sun Wu himself. Tian Bao. Okay. And another car. Man, they are just blowing through it this hour. What a shame after such a nice, peaceable time. And Sun Wu himself, whose style was Chongqing. Fled to Wu on account of the rebellion. Fled to Wu on account of the rebellion, which was being fomented by the kindred of Tian Bao. fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fomented by the kindred of Tin Bao. He had 3 sons, of whom the second... Well, at least that's straightforward. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named Ming, was the father. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named Ming, was the father. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named... Ah, man. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named Ming, was the father of Sun Pin. According to this account, then, Pin was the grandson of Wu, which, considering that Sun Pin's victory over Wei was gained in 341 BC, may be dismissed as chronologically impossible. Whence these data were obtained. Dang mean sure. Don't mean sure, okay. Whence these data were obtained by Dong Ming Shi. I do not know, but of course no reliance whatever can be placed in them. But of course no reliance whatever can be placed in them. But of course no reliance whatever can be placed in them. An interesting document which has survived from close... Cao Cao, Cao Cao, Wei Wu Di. An interesting document which has survived from the close of the Han period is the short preface written by the great Cao Cao. Or Wei Wu Di, for his edition of Sun Tzu. I shall give it in full. Liu Niu, Shu Jing, and I Ching. Okay. I have heard that the ancients used bows and arrows to their advantage. The Liun Yu says there must be a sufficiency of military strength. The Shu Jing mentions the army among the 8 objects of government. The I Ching says army indicates firmness. Shi She, 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 army, indicates firmness and justice. The and justice. The experienced leader, the experienced leader, the experienced leader will have good fortune. The experienced leader will have good fortune. The Shurching says. The Shurching says. The Churching says. The king rose, majestic in his wrath, and he marshaled his troops. And he marshaled his troops. And he marshaled his troops. And another car. Jesus. Sure would have been nice if they started up after I had finished looking, or while I was looking this stuff up. But we suffer for what we love. The Yellow Emperor, Tong the Completer. Okay. The Yellow Emperor, Tong the Completer. The Yellow Emperor, Tong the Completer, and Wu Yong, and Wu Wang, and Wu Wang all used spears and battle axes in order to succor their generation. All used the Yellow Emperor, Tong the Completer, and Wu Wang. The Yellow Emperor, Tong the Completer, and Wu Wang, and Wu Wang all used spears and battle axes in order to succor their generation. The Suma Fa says, the Suma Fa says, if one man slay another, the Suma Fa says, if one man slay another of set purpose, if one man slay another of set purpose, he himself may be. If one man slay another of set purpose, he himself may be rightfully slain. He himself may rightfully be 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 slain. Bloody hell. If one man slay another of said purpose, he himself may rightfully be slain. 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 He who relies solely on warlike measures, he who relies solely on warlike measures shall he who relies solely on warlike he who relies solely on war he who relies solely on warlike measures. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be he who relies solely on warlike measures. He who relies solely on warlike measures. He who relies solely on warlike measures. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be. Man, this section is killing me. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated, but he who relies solely on peaceful measures. But he who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. And another car. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. Shall be exterminated. Shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on peaceful measures. He who relies solely on warlike measures. He who relies solely on warlike. He who relies solely on warlike. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. Shall be exterminated. Shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on peaceful measures. He who relies solely on peaceful measures. He who relies solely on peace. He who relies solely on peaceful measures shall perish. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. Shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on peaceful measures. He who relies solely on peaceful measures shall perish. Shall perish. Shall perish. Shall. He who relies solely on peaceful measures. He who relies solely on peaceful measures shall perish. Finally. All right. Instances of this. Instances of this are Fu Chai. On the one hand, Yin Wang. Instances of this are Fu Chai on the one hand, and Yin Wang on the other. On the other. In military matters, the The sage's rule is normally to keep the peace. The sage's rule is normally to keep the peace, and to move his forces only when occasion requires. He will not use armed force, unless driven to it by necessity. Unless driven to it by necessity. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting. On the subject of war and fighting. On the subject of war and fighting. Many books have I read on the subject. Many books have I read on the. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting. Many books have I read on the subject of war and fighting. But the works composed by Sun Tzu is the profoundest of them all. But the work composed by Sun Tzu is the profoundest of them all. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi state. His personal name was Wu. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi state. His personal name was Wu. He wrote The Art of War in 13 chapters. He wrote the art of war in 13 He wrote The Art of War in 13 chapters for Ho Lu, king of Wu. Its principles were tested on women. Its principles were tested on women. Its principles were tested on women, and he was subsequently made a general. He led an army westwards, crushed the Chu state, and entered Ying, the capital. And entered Ying, the capital. And entered Ying, and entered Ying, and entered Ying, and entered Ying, and entered. Sounds like I'm having a pop. And entered Ying, the capital. In the north, he kept Qi and Qin in awe. 100 years and more after his time, Sun Pin lived. He was a descendant of Wu. He was a descendant of Wu. In his treatment of deliberation and planning, the importance of rapidity in taking the field, clearness of conception, and depth of design, Sun Tzu stands beyond the reach of carping criticism. My contemporaries, however, have failed to grasp the full meaning of his instruction. My contemporaries, however, have failed to grasp the full meaning of his instructions, and while putting into practice the smaller details in which his work abounds, they have overlooked its essential purport. This is the motive which has led me. That is the motive which has led me to outline a rough explanation of the whole. That is the motive which has led me to outline a rough explanation of the whole. One thing to be noticed in the above is the explicit statement that the 13 chapters were specific. One thing to be noticed in the above is the explicit statement One thing to be noticed in the above is the explicit statement that the 13 chapters were specially composed for King Holu. This is supported subsection. This is supported by the internal evidence of 1, subsection 15, in which it seems clear that the home, in which it seems clear that some ruler is addressed. In the bibliographical section of the Hanshu, there's an entry which has given rise to much discussion. Wu Sunzi Bashir. Wu Sunzi Bashir. Wu Sunzi Bashir. Wu Sunzi Bashir Erpin. Oh, okay, that's just a straight translation. The works of Sun Tzu of. Right. The works of Sun Tzu of Wu in 82 pian, or chapters. In 82 pian, or chapters, with diagrams. With diagrams in 9 chuan. With diagrams and with diagrams in 9 chuan. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters known to Suma Qian, or those we possess today, or those we possess today. Jauffre. Okay. Jauffre. Jauffre. In his Shiji Jungye. In his Shuji Jungye. In his Shuji Jungye. In his Shuji Jungye. In his Shuji Jungye. Refers to an edition of Sun Tzu's. Refers to an edition of Sun Tzu's Bingfa. Cars. Of which the 13 chapters form the first Zhuan, adding that there were 2 other Zhuan besides. Yep, there it comes. Refers to an edition of Sun Tzu's Bingfa. Of which the 13 chapters forms the first Zhuan. Of which the 13 chapters formed the first Zhuan, adding that there were 2 other Zhuan besides. This has brought forth a theory that the bulk of these 82 chapters consisted of other writings of Sun Tzu. This has brought forth a theory that the bulk of these 82 chapters consisted of other writings of Sun Tzu. We should call them apocryphal. Similar to the Wu Da, of which a specimen dealing with the 9 situations is preserved in the Dong Din. Is preserved in the Dong Tin. Is preserved in the Tong Din. And another in Ho Shi's commentary, and another in Ho Shi's, and another in Ho Shi's commentary, and another in Ho Shi's commentary, and another in He Shi's commentary. It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, Sun Tzu, just as I begin. The whole second hour riddled by these. How unfortunate. It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, Sun Tzu had only written the 13 chapters, but afterwards composed a sort of exegesis in the form of question and answer between himself and the king. Bi Yi Shun. Bi Yi Shun, author of the Wunzi Shu Lu, backs this up with a quotation. Oh, I totally missed that. Wow. Another car. Backs this up with a quotation from the Wu. Backs this up with a quotation from the Wu Yue. Backs this up with a quotation from the. Backs this up with a quotation from the Wu Yue Chunqiu. The king of Wu summoned Sun Tzu. The king of Wu summoned Sun Tzu and asked him questions about the art of war. Each time he set forth a chapter of his work, and the king could not find words enough to praise him. As he points out, if the whole work was expounded on the same scale, was expounded on the same scale as in the above-mentioned fragments, the total number of chapters could not fail to be considerable. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzu might also be included. The fact that the Han Che mentions no work of Sun Tzu except the 82 Pian, whereas the Sui and Tong bibliographies give the titles of others in addition to the 13 chapters, is a good proof. Bi Yi Shun thinks. Bi Yi Shun thinks that all of these were contained in the 82 Pian. Without pinning our faith to the accuracy of details supplied, by the Without pinning our faith to the accuracy of the details supplied by the Wu Yue Chunqiu. Or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by Bi Shun. Or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by B.E. Shun. 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 We may see in this theory a probable solution. We may see in this theory a probable solution of the mystery. Bangu. Between Sima Qian and Banku, there was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Wu. There was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Tzu, and the 82 Pian may very well represent a collected edition of these lumped together with the original work. Cars. Between Sima Qian and Banku, there was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Tzu, and the 82 Pian may very well represent a collected edition of these lumped together with the original work. It is also possible, though less likely, that some of them existed in the time of the earlier. It is also possible, though less likely, that some of them existed. It is also possible, though less likely, that some of them existed in the time of the earlier historian, and were purposely ignored by him. I would have never guessed that's pronounced Doomu. Doomu. Doomu after Sao Gung. 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 Doomu after Sao Gung, the most important commentator on Sun Tzu, composed the preface to his edition about the middle of the 9th century. After a somewhat lengthy defense of the military art, he comes at last to Sun Tzu himself, and makes one or two very startling assertions. The writings of Sun Wu, he says, originally comprised several 100,000 words, but Cao Cao the Emperor Wu Wei, pruned away all redundancies and wrote out the essence and wrote out the essence of the whole, pruned away all the redundancies, and wrote out the essence of the whole, so as to form a single book in 13 chapters. He goes on to remark that Cao Cao's commentary on Sun Wu leaves a certain proportion of difficulties unexplained. He goes on to remark that Cao Cao's commentary on Sun Tzu leaves a certain proportion of difficulties unexplained. This, in Du Mu's opinion. This, in Du Mu's opinion, does not necessarily imply that he was unable to furnish a complete commentary. According to the Wei Chi, Cao himself wrote a book on war. According to the Wei Chi, Cao himself wrote a book on war, and Cao himself wrote a book on war. Cao himself wrote a book on war in something over 100,000 words. You know, it's not the having to repeat. It's not even the clicks or the little gurgles from the soft palate. It's the cars that gets me every time. According to the Wei Chi, Cao himself wrote a book on war in something over 100,000 words. Known as the Xin Shu. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Cao. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Cao to have used it for the surplus material. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Cao. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Cao to have used it for his. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Cao to have used it for the surplus material which he had found in Sun Tzu. He concludes, however, by saying, "Oh. Oh, okay. And now random dogs. Cool." He concludes, however, by saying, "The Shinshu is now lost, so that the truth cannot be known for certain." We'll finish this page and its paragraphs, and then we'll call it good for the day. Where are we? Yep, that's the one. 22. Page 29. Yeah, that would take much too long. Much too long. Come along now. Get that translation going. Dumu's conjecture seems to be based on a passage in the Wei Wu Di. In the Wei Wu Di. In the Wei Wu Ti. In the Wei Wu Di, strung together with Sun Wu's Art of War, which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of Cao Kung's Preface. Which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of Cao Kung's Preface. Which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of Cao Kung's Preface. Guzhuan Wei, Liu Jie, Guzhuan Wei, Liu Jie Win. Guzhuan Wei, Liu Jie, Guzhuan Wei, Liu Jie Win. Liu Jie Win. Liu Jie Yin. This, as Sun Xingyan. This, as Sun Xingyan points out, is only a modest way of saying that he made an explanatory paraphrase, or in other words, wrote a commentary on it. On the whole, the theory has met with very little acceptance. Thus, the Chu Ku Chuan Shu. Thus, the Chu Ku Chuan Shu. Thus, the Chu Ku Chuan Shu says, the mention of the 13 chapters in the Shi Chu shows that they were in existence before the Han Chu, and that later accretions are not to be considered part of the original work. Du Mu's assertion can certainly not be taken as proof. There is every reason to suppose, then, that the 13 chapters existed in the time of Sima Qian practically as we have them now. That the work was then well known, he tells us in so many words. Sun Tzu's 13 chapters and Wu Qi's Art of War are the two books that people commonly refer to on the subject of military matters. Both of them are widely distributed, so I will not discuss them here. But as we go further back, serious difficulties begin to arise. Chuan. Okay. The salient fact has to be faced that the Zhuachuan. The salient fact which has to be faced is that the Zhuachuan, the great contemporary record, makes no mention whatever of Sun Wu, either as general or as a writer. It is natural in view of this awkward circumstance that many scholars should not have. It is natural in view of this awkward circumstance that many It is natural, in view of this awkward circumstance, that many scholars should not only cast doubt on the story of Sun Wu as given in the Shi Chu, but even show themselves frankly skeptical as to the existence of the man at all. The most powerful presentiment of this side to the case is to be found. The most powerful presentiment of this side of the case is to be. The most powerful presentiment of this side of the case is to be. The most powerful presentiment of this side of the case is to be found in the following disquisition. Disquisition. Ye shui xin. Ye shui sin. Disquisition. Disquisition by Yin Shui Xin. By Ye Shui Sin. By Ye Shui Sin. It is stated in Suma Qian's history that Sun Wu was a native of the Qi state and employed by Wu, and that in the reign of Ho Lu, He Lu, he crushed Chu, entered Ying, and was a great general. But in So's commentary, no Sun Wu appears at all. It is true that So's commentary need not contain absolutely everything that other histories contain. But So has not omitted to mention vulgar plebeians and hireling ruffians. And another car, as we are already over time. Alright, we'll finish this paragraph, and then that'll be all for now. I was hoping to get all of the quoted section, but alas. Such as Ying Kao Chu, Cao Gui, Jujir Wu, and Chuan Sheju. In the case of Sun Wu, whose fame and achievements were so brilliant, the omission is much more glaring. Again, details are given, in their particular order, about his contemporaries. Wu Yuan, and the minister Pei. Is it credible that Sun Wu alone should have been passed over? Is it credible that Sun Wu alone should have been passed over? Okay. So, now that we are here at 2:12 my time, and that is our half of the stream, we now transition over to Oblivion Remastered. Let's make sure that we're centered up here as much as we can be. Alright, that'll do. And game time. That's not too bad, given the amount of Chinese script that I have no idea how to read, and the pinyin which seems to be not very good for anybody who isn't already familiar with the local translations, phonetics? Yeah, I'd say not so bad at all. And hey, having found out that, looks like our second layer of noise suppression is causing issues and is in fact the culprit for all the softer, more aspirated sounds, not really picking up the shh, yeah, all of these. Yeah, that's a massive improvement, and I'm happy that we figured it out. Very happy indeed. It does come at the cost of being able to hear the mouse clicks, but, yeah, I think that for anybody who's here sticking around for all of the behind-the-scenes stuff, they probably don't really mind that much, frankly. But something we certainly do mind. It would be nice if we got Oblivion to actually fire up. Taking its dear sweet time as it is. But we did get an update recently that might have been initializing all of those files. Probably thinking of fire from the loading screen. Which, speaking of, here we go. All we gotta do is get our game by window selected, and boom. Alright, now, let us continue, if we may, the legend of Garfield. And now I probably will put on the second layer of noise suppression here, because I understand that it might cut off some things, but I'm usually going to be talking loud enough and in enough stream because of the attack time. It's going to be ongoing. Whatever filters are happening will already be picking up on whatever is being said. That I don't think it'll be such a big deal, because it doesn't seem to be anywhere else. Like whenever we played other games. What in the Minecraft is going on? There we go. Just a bit of texture lag, I guess. And geometry lag, too. Whew! But such as it is. Oh, right. I forgot that I rebound that. And that is heals. Now, Q? What do I have for, shit. What did I have? Okay, it's R. Right. Because it's reloading my health. That's why I said it as such. Okay, now that we've refamiliarized ourselves with the controls, let's sneak through the sewers, see what we can get up to in our feline form. Now, if there is one thing that I remember, other than all the cheese around here and the flour, which, you know, I'll personally always happily take some sewer flour. That is grade A stuff right there. You can't get it just from your average stalls. Personally, I'll happily mow down on an entire sandwich composed of nothing but... Oh, shit. sewer food. Now, what did I have set for save? F8. I think I'm probably gonna, as soon as it lets me. Oh yes, I moved that to tab. I'll probably swap that over to F5. For any, and I've mentioned this game before, any Geneforge enthusiasts like myself, you may remember the quick saves being set for F5 and F9. And I generally find that I favor that. It keeps you from accidentally popping. Oh no. I was standing completely oh shit. Completely still! Don't make me crouch to hit you. Wow. Okay. Gobble these fists. Yeah. You tell me you were walking around in the sewer this entire time, decided to assail me from across the way, and all you had on your person was rat meat? Rat meat. Come on, lad. Where was I going with all that, anyway? Lost my train of thought, thanks to the gobbledygook right there. Oh, yes. I remember that there is, I think, one septum. Oh! Away with ye. Away, away, away. One septum somewhere about this, stinking pit of fetid water. What? Alright. So much for stealth. Well, I'll tell you, we sure are building our fighting skills, at least. We'll walk out of here a pugilist yet, and with some garlic in our veins, no less. Thank goodness for some passive regen, because, that's mighty important for the time. We're gonna be enchanting, don't you worry, lads and lasses. We will be certainly building ourselves up an interesting array. Now, I saw in the update notes that they apparently fixed some No, they did not fix the animations. Newsflash for anybody who is starting off with Oblivion Remastered. This game did not natively have a sprint function like we had in Skyrim if you played that beforehand. And this is the animation that we're stuck with. But at least, in some of the notes it said that, like, adornments on the top of characters' heads should stop disappearing in the middle of their play. So we'll see exactly how true that happens to be as we carry on. But there isn't like a... Oh yes. There isn't like a... Oh, it's caps lock. Should have remembered. That would probably be why I'm not sneaking up very well on things. Just gonna hang out. Are you not an enemy? That would be nice. Oh! Well, looky there! Garfield has made a friend with one so defamed and declared as an eternal enemy. A friendly rouse. And not a racket one. That, my friends, is the magic of friendship. Or absolute and total fear at the rest of... Or absolute and total fear at the rest of his buddies being absolutely annihilated. You know, take your pick. Man, that dynamic lighting is really, really nice. If there's anything that was iconic to me whenever I first came through here, it was seeing this tunnel. Let's in fact get a better view. From all the way back here, gasping out into the great open fields of Tamriel. And as we... Well, let's actually get closer for that one. And as we approached, like walking towards the light at the end of the tunnel. Literally, in this case. Sensing before it even gives you the first indication that freedom awaits. And in that, the choice for all adventure at your hand, at your fingertips. Alright, now let's get to it. I've always wondered if those gates could be opened incidentally. No, I'm good. Thank you. I've made enough characters, despite not getting too terribly deep into the whole thing with him. To at least have some familiarity with the system. Base-wise. I can't believe I've never noticed the loading wheel so far. But then I guess we haven't transitioned that many areas. I've always appreciated these little vignettes, and especially these loading screens, where a lot of games, and I think this kind of did affect, like Fallout New Vegas and definitely Fallout 3. To an extent, Fallout 4 most certainly as well, and Skyrim even. Instantly attacked? Is it the mud crab? Yes, it is! Yep! Quest complete. Oh. Lagland. I hope that's just all the textures loading in, because I don't really want to... Oh, no... Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. I'll have to dip it down again. Sad. But it is the consequence of Unreal Engine 3. Just gotta live with it. Well, let's see if that change will be sufficient. No, it will not. Unoptimized. Unoptimized terribly. Let's do auto detect. Oh, low everything? Come on. Well, let's see how it looks. Still better than original Oblivion. Oh, but it's still lagging! What is this? But why? Why where? I bet you it's that that's causing real issues. Oh, man. The hell? Do I have cap? Yeah, I did have cap blocks on. Man, that's really disappointing. Like, I can run regular Oblivion no problem. In fact, I was actually just playing some Battlefield 1 yesterday. No issues. None at all. Perhaps it's the upscaling. Video reflex. Yeah, I can't go for that. I just don't get it. Oh, that's helping, I think. Yeah, but now everything looks like a bloody oil painting. And there's still frame skips. That's just sad. Don't worry, we'll make up for the spent time and technic efforts with a little bit more actual gameplay. Yes. A retro filter. But it's still stuttering and jerking. What is this? I could tell you I've got the hardware. Like, I'm running an old 1080, but it's not as far as I could tell. The GPU, that's the issue. My CPU is an 8-core Ryzen. I am certain that it's running just fine. And I have resources aplenty. You know, worst comes to worst, I guess that we could just go back to the original Oblivion. I do have the deluxe edition. Well, that would be a major factor. OBS is eating up like half of my GPU. Probably for encoding. That's tough. That's difficult. That is, in fact, very unfortunate. I might have to upgrade GPUs soon. And probably power sources while I'm at it. I have mentioned, I think already, that it would probably be wise to go ahead and just build a whole new PC altogether. The pixel... It looks like a mosaic blur on the sun. Yeah. That's sad. Well, we retreat to the original Oblivion. And we will come back to this game at a later date. Now, where is that save menu? There we are. We'll do a hard save, since we're going to be setting this down for a while. Then we'll come back to it at a later date. In the meantime, that does mean that we'll have to go back and set up good old Garfield. Oh, okay. And it ended believe it or not, with a crash to desktop upon hitting quit. Yeah, that's cool. Great work, Bethesda. Just phenomenal. I had heard that some things were not necessarily doing so well with the game, but that is bad. That is unfortunate. That is downright no bueno, I'll even say. But it does mean that we will have to download Oblivion Original Game of the Year Edition, at least. But it shouldn't take too long. In that meantime, it's actually a perfect moment to have a break. So I will see you all very soon. Hey, and I got my centering pretty good, I'll say. Okay, well, now that we have, thankfully, good quick internet, the original Oblivion all sidled up, we should be able to... Where are we? Pick up a new one. That's strange. My window selection isn't... seeing Oblivion here. That's odd. Well, let's not try game by window and try game by what it says to be the official game. Capture. There we are. That ought to do. Now, hopefully we don't get any weird artifacts from the background or any such. Does it pick it up? Crash to desktop? Oh, no. I hope this isn't one of those notoriously difficult to capture games. And, alright. Let's try that once more. Any day now, if you'll just let me select it. Will that let us do? Absolutely not. Okay. My guess is that it's trying to hook into its drivers, or maybe something about its GPU display, and it's just not picking it up. I'll tell you what, though. What will almost certainly work without any issue would be Hotline Miami 2. And while that would certainly be quite a distinct turn from the theme that we have previously established, it would still fit. In any event, I say as I flub my selection. Let's try the window again. Yeah, that's not picking up anything. Okay, well, I guess that's excluded as an option. So we'll try the game capture menu again, specifically. Will that crash? Yes, it will. Okay, well, what if we go ahead, I'll close all those windows, and we'll try desktop, in fact. That might be the necessary move. Let's just get that pulled up. Bam. Desktop, hello. There we go. Okay. Well, let's see if this works now. Do I still have my background? Yeah, okay. And have at you. Well, that ought to do it. If I could just get this overlay out of the way. There we go. Okay! Well, now after a good long fumble, let's see if we can actually get into some gameplay! Cyrodiil, my companions. Cyrodiil. Now, we've already all seen this. And I'll still go with Khajiit because I want that skill. Yeah, we'll go with middle of the pack. And, gotta get that orange hue. Oh, yes. Can't forget to baptize our main man, the Gar of the Field. Wait a minute. No, wait. Main? The receding hairline from hell. Let's, oh yeah, I forgot there weren't very many options. He kind of looks like a page boy this way. Oh, it goes from a bob to Karen mode. Oh boy! I really forgot some of the goodness of the old jank. That's not very Garfield. Can we just have a... No, we can't just have a plain bald head. I guess we'll go with the page boy Garfield. That will suffice. Oh yes, and now I need to spend even more time in the background working on the controls. Yes. Lock being tab is crazy. I guess... does R do anything? Yeah, that changes view. But that's fine, I'll never need that, really. Alright, that'll do her. Not nearly as slick. Rat in my cell. Actually, let me see if I can bind the sneak to one of my mouse keys. Now that I'm thinking about it. No chance. Yep. I figured this was before its time. Or after its time, I should say. I'll eat you. You Basmar bastard. I'll come over there. I will. I'll consume you like lasagna. Okay. 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 Bing chillin'. Casual incidents. "'Tis I. That one guy. Yeah, the one in your dreams. The astral memes. If they should so deems. Now, I've been through this a few times. We all saw this in the original. The impressions to be had are what they are. What was our... What was our selection wheels button? Unmentioned? I know for a fact there's a hotbar. Where it be? I guess I'll have to look it up manually. Well... That's not very useful. I have no way. Ah, I bet you I know what it is. It's probably going to be one of the hotkeys. Caps, Alt. Not that. I would normally just tab out. You know, I guess I can hop over to my solo cam. Because I don't want to show off all of my browser and all that. I got personal business going on. Alright, let's see here. What did I look up? Wheel. Yeah, it says I just have to... Okay. I did the exact thing that it suggests before, and it didn't do jack. But I guess, you know... Old game jank just be like that. Let me get out of all this scheisse. How do I get out of here? I guess it's the J button, eh? Yes, she is. But that does give me a torch and my favorite robes in the entire game. I'll sell that later. And now. Okay, I guess I just didn't hold it long enough. Yeah, promise. Oh, you know, just casually figuring out my button configurations in the midst of a literal massacre. As you do. But, no! CC bickering. Nah, my health ain't low yet. I'll show you low health. I don't know what it is, but if I'm being completely honest, coming back to this, everything feels a lot smoother by comparison. I'm kind of disappointed in the feel by contrast. I don't know. Maybe it's because of what I grew up with, but everything here just feels more fluid, but limited. Limited by the conventions of its time. Insofar as the customizability, the aesthetics. And certainly quality of life features. But like even now, if I compare this just sneaking up on this rat to what we were doing in Remastered, the thing had to be turned all the way around. Oh, shish. Yep, dead. Shish? Did I say fucking shish? Sheesh, I meant to say. Really? I didn't say before now? Astonishing. But what was I saying? Yeah, well, the customizability, the aesthetic quality, obviously. The quality of life features, they're all certainly lower and less than. Are you kidding me? Hang on, lad. I've had my desktop muted this whole time. Let's go me.
Prisoner, get over by the window now.
Not auto walk, please. Incredible.
No sign of Stay put, prisoner.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
We're not out of this yet.
You. I've seen you. Let me see your
Please, sire, we must keep moving. Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
Looks like this is your lucky day. Don't try anything. Just stay out of our way.
But aside from the inability to capture it directly with OBS, this is just a lot more coherent feeling. Perhaps it's my nostalgia speaking. Perhaps it's my disappointment at the performance of the remaster itself. But coming back to it, it doesn't feel superior, per se.
We're clear for now, Captain Raymond.
Sorry, son.
But certainly more together in itself.
How could they be waiting for us here? Don't know, but it's too late to go back now. Don't worry, sire. We will get you out of here.
Oh, right. Have to get Captain Reno's stuff. Yeah.
I'll take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner.
Don't try to follow us.
What? Ah, yes. And there we have that. Exterminator Field on the loose. Oh yes, and I had completely forgotten to bump up the difficulty as well. Oh, I guess I already had a little bit up. Ah, we'll keep it there. I wonder what they did in terms of rebalancing for the remaster. Because as I said before, the difficulty in something so simple and straightforward as here in the original version was just about impossible to make happen. Even going the whole 9, you know, not wearing any big, clunky, heavy armor. Walking slowly. The whole 9. Haven't enough magicka. Oh, and that's another thing. There was no ability, apparently, at least from what the gameplay showed, of losing your enemies once they have you locked in. They are on top of you forever. They will follow you across the map. Made absolute... Oh, hello, chums. Just out here for a nice hangout, waiting on your friends. Just having a good old row. Standing around as you do. Enjoying your company. Yeah, it seems about right to me. And as we are attempting a pacifist run, actually, now that this game seems to allow for such a thing, the possibility of it, we will leave them be, since we don't have to fight them. Now that I don't feel quite so demoralized that even the suggestion of trying to sneak by, instead of them whipping around as if they've got a sixth sense, now I will actually slip by all these rats. If I can, anyway. And I should probably recall to save. Oh no. Relentless! Bastard. Oh, there it goes. That's what I get for being on the higher difficulties. Go on. Get. Bon voyage. Farewell. Thank you. Now don't you... Aw, man. Ugh. There you go. I should have just uppercutted the rat 3 times, and then it would have been no problem. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Now, is there anything over here? I don't think so. Oh no. I do not like C being the change view button. I'm gonna swap that around. Where are we at? We'll do V. What? That wasn't my intent. V. I will never, ever need auto move, so I'll put that on O. Okay. Was I misremembering this entire time? No, okay, there is no run. Right, native to this. But how? Wow. That was a power attack. There we go. Hmm? How about E? Close call there. I keep wanting to just reach up and grab that, but I know I should be getting myself used to hitting the bottom left take all button. Tomat. I guess there really wasn't any gold pieces here. Huh. Maybe I was just misremembering the last time we came through. Walked right into that one. Aha. Shrink it for me. Now let's see if we can actually get around this one. Not that way, that's for sure. Hey, success! Didn't have to launch a rat attack. Oh, man, instant failure. Come on. Got your couple of thwacks in, and you're done. I do miss the harvesting animation, though. I'll say that much. And just as I remember from so many years back, it is nigh inscrutable which of these that you can actually harvest from. And the hitboxes for them are unforgiving, we'll put it in polite terms. Yes. Seeing all these various tools as we just crossed by, it throws my mind back to certain varieties in Baldur's Gate and even further back into Divinity Original Sin. They didn't tend to leave things laying around that didn't have... Well, let's start that again. They didn't tend to leave things around that had absolutely no utility to the player whatsoever. Whereas, things like brooms and previously tongs, hourglasses, and we'll see plenty more to come. They always felt just like plain set dressing to me. Unabashed in that way. And for that very reason, a little bit of a letdown. Let's see if these ones whip me like in the other version. That guy over there could not care a wink less. I literally just uppercutted that guy like my name is Mario, and I went, woohoo! And he is completely enraptured in that rat. I have to respect the dedication to the craft. A true cook master king is he. And for that very reason, I shall lift all of your stuff. Thank you very much. Now, here's the question. Is there anything actually over there, or am I just... Nope. Okay. Yep, there was in fact a chest. Yeah, thought he was gonna out DPS me. Alright, well, time for a few heals, and let's see what we can do. Sneak attack. Yep. Nah, total whiff. There we go. That's a worthy strike. Done. Easy as. And worth the bother. You know, I've heard talk that basically goblins are treated as just effectively upright animals. And rats are literally rats, whatever size they might happen to be. Makes me wonder. Does it technically count as breaking my pacifism if I have to dispatch a creature that threatens my well-being simply on the basis of me having been there? What are the kind of rules that I'll hold myself to? We shall see. In any event, it is certainly not made easy to play it nice throughout these gobbo caves. Nothing. And just like the last time. I'm starting to wonder. I think the power strikes might not be too much worth the payoff at this stage. What? Eh? Thought I was up here. Just 1-inch punch him to death. And slain! As it should be. Yeah, it's definitely higher DPS just to punch the bejesus out of him. Even with no fatigue. That's a brutal flop. Have that. Oh. Not like that. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Wow, whittled me down to almost 0 health. Whoop. Quick dodge. But I do need some more health, that's for sure. Hup. Nope. Try again next time, fool. Oh, you tried again next time, fool, and you won. Yeah, I'll have to give that another shot. Come on. Launch your fireball and your lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. And whiff. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough cookie. Huh. Oof. That was a good track. I guess I'll try and kite her. Yeah, that ain't happening. If I could just scoot by without any issue, it would be much easier. Yeah, that'll do it. And with me almost at, 0 health, and them a fair shot. Hup. They're 180. It's tough. Serpentine! That region is so terribly slow. I guess it is time for a potion. I tend to barely use these, to be frank. Wow, that really did it. Alright, back in action. And half my health right off the bat. As you do. Come on, then. Try again. This is how wizards fight. Just a staring match until one of them flicks out something lethal. Come on. Go on. Try again. I provoke you. Come on. Ah, there we are. Now there's that melee damage I'm looking for. Gotta back off. Oop, up, ah! Matrixed it. Up, oh, and again. All out of magic, are yous? That's what I thought. Your spell slots are empty, fool. It's my time to shine. Thank you. An absolutely useless staff, even beyond the fact that I'm not speccing into that kind of magic. But what can you do? Yep. A repair hammer which I shall almost certainly never use. I guess maybe... I don't think there's such a thing as... gauntlets. No, those are just part of the armor set. But there are rings, those don't ever need repaired though. I can slam those puppies against a concrete wall, and no matter what, they'll be just fine. Oblivion says so. Do not take that advice for anybody who wears finger jewelry of any variety.
What makes you think help will get here before more of those bastards?
Your ring, let alone your fingers, might not fare so tidily. Yeah, I helped.
It's that prisoner again.
It's this prisoner again. Come on, let's go.
No, he is not one of them. He can help us. He must help us.
As you wish, sire.
They
Yeah, what's
cannot
up?
understand why I...
Yes, we had... not the shadow, but... the thief? Yeah. Yeah.
The side... No trophies.
Alright, come on then. Let's go. Or... did you unlock it? Nope. Are you going? I guess only after I jingled the handle, huh?
My job. Although, stick close and let us do our job. We'll be all
Uh-huh. Nope. Oh, wow, that was strong. Yeah, you guys can take care of that. Never mind. Yep, get in there. Don't look at me, get there. Yeah, what he said.
There's no time to talk.
I wasn't looking at you, I was looking to loot this guy.
Protect the Emperor!
Yeah, protect him. Attack. And most importantly, the blades they snack. Oh, don't. I'm not even with them. Do I look like one of them?
Oblivion take you.
Help the Emperor, he says. To a man who was just bound and chained mere minutes ago.
Protect the Emperor!
Is the death music just stuck on loop now? I might have to patch this. Oh. I might just have to turn that off. That's so goofed up. Hopefully it'll clear as we go to the next place. Yeah, okay, it's back to normal.
Like this. Let me take a look.
I remember coming through here as a kid. Playing on an Xbox that wasn't even mine.
Through to the sewers.
As a PlayStation kid growing up, especially. And this was my first real experience to a role-playing game of the action variety. I played the CRPGs
What about that side passage?
of some free notoriety in times past. But never an action RPG. And traversing this area for the first time with the ambiance as it was set, the whole
It's a dead end.
attitude of the characters, the full voice acting, even with the bit of jank that was in the animations and all of the, like, VFX and such, it really did have me on edge. Really did have me feeling a certain kind of way. Especially with how yeah, like that. Positively lethal. That the Mythic Dawn could be.
Much farther.
This was
God.
Even all these years later, though.
Oblivion take you!
With all of those features yet withstanding, most certainly. I still kind of feel the same way. Certainly not on edge.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look.
But definitely in a touch of inspiration from all of the ambiance,
Looks clear.
regardless of the
Almost through to the
exact mode of presentation. Are you coming?
The gate is barred from the other side. A trap! What about that side passage back there? Worth a try. Let's go.
Would have behove you guys something fierce to bring, like, a hammer and chisel or something. You're already laden down with armor and arms.
It's a dead end.
The least you could have done is, like,
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with
bring a ye old breaching tool of some kind. Don't. Away with you.
Will you fall down and bleed to death?
Don't come after me again. Nah, dude. Get him, Boris.
I can go no further. You alone.
Neither can I if it keeps up at this rate.
Take them down. Take them down.
You get him. Yeah.
For the prisoner, help the Emperor.
Help yourself.
Take them down. Protect the Emperor.
Not much fun.
For the flames. Go down.
Totally missed this before. Oh, and it did reload with the same audio glitch. That's awesome. Go then. Or away. Aft. Ayonder. Abound and around. Now, what do you all think of this gate, eh? Hmm? You're just standing back there. Oh.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look.
Pathing. Pathing was so difficult in these years.
Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers. Damn it! The gate is barred from the other side. A trap! What about that side passage back there? Worth a try. Let's go. It's a dead end. What's your call, sir? I don't know. I don't see any good options here. They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
For the blades!
And the Emperor!
Just let him walk right by. Yep, as you do. Like good blades. You just kind of stand there and watch people get absolutely obliviated.
I can go.
Well, that's howdy dandy for you, but I got a split.
And the Emperor!
Hey. Wait a minute. My dude has sackcloth sandals. But his costume comes with boots and presumably foot wrappings. So you're telling me, in this representative game, where clothing is more about giving an impression of something that's there than actually being there, all these guys are supposed to have their dogs out? Mythic Dawn. You guys are definitely on one. Yep.
You failed.
Yeah, you absolutely did. Would have been better if you came through with more than, I don't know, 3 guys. Alright, let's do this. Definitely need that. Oh. We'll boost the others later. And we already get a bit of a boost from, being the thief. That'll make up for it. So we will do... alteration, athletics, hand-to-hand, illusion, definitely will need that one, mysticism, sneak, that one's just a whiff, total waste. Security is also easy. Yeah, I'll need restoration as well. Oh, oh yes, charlatan is what we named it before. Charlatan almost named it. Is that spelled right? Well, in any event, it will be so.
I wasn't far. You good.
Yes, 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 yes. Active West. Very good. No, I do not need a horse armor quest. Totally forgot that was an addition. Hardly remember that horses are a feature of the game at all. Frankly. Same thing like with Skyrim. Unlike what happened... Well, that's wise and cool. Oh yes, I forget the quest barrage that we get situated with. Yes, 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 yes. Now, where was I? Unlike in Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2, frankly, the addition of horses always felt just rather like an afterthought, to be frank. Yep, didn't think that would work. Come on, then. Yep, and that's the way out. And just as in the last game, a Silver Nugget, they really did just apply a very unoptimized coat of paint to the whole experience, with a few minor tweaks to the systems. Wow. I had already known of the pretense and reputation for the case. But playing it side by side, within an hour of one another, really brings that home. Well, that goes to show that the sneak skill is up. Turn around. Go the other way. About face. There you go. No, let me pass. Or is this the friendly rat? I think this is the friendly rat. Yeah, yeah, this is our buddy. This is our goodest pal. We'll call him Rathu. Rathu's a bro. He hasn't a quarrel in the world with us. He's just chillin'. Chillin' like a Cyrodiil. And now finally we can get back to where we were. Is the mud crab here? Can snatch those butterflies out of the sky. If I can get to one. Nope, no chance. And now that we're not constantly in the midst of confrontation, we can actually go about our lives in a more peaceable way. Now, that ought to be towards the Priory. Map? No. Hello. Right, there is no zoom out. I forget. What is that pointing to? Eh? Ah, that would be why it's looking at me in an odd direction. That's where I want to go. Over to Troll. And past our great big city. Ah, the great wide open forests of Tamriel. You know, I was just listening to a few dips into the lore. Apparently, under assault. Oh. Nope, I refuse to fight you. I shall go my way. Is that an Enrich? That it? Oh, hello. Yes, it is! Now, if I remember rightly, there shouldn't be any of those, they're not called slaughterfish. Horrible creatures that'll try and eat me. We'll find out! Doesn't look like it. Nice. What was I even saying before interrupted? But whatever the case, I need to take a rest here soon. Alright, just give up your tempo then. Rhythm be gone. Cast Dispel Tune on that boy. I should probably actually drop a hard save. We might have found a place to rest coming up here. Oh, what have we over here? Is that an alien well I spot? Or is that something vicious and tenuous? Finger Bowl Cave. Well, that's plenty auspicious enough. Let's see. Perhaps there are some bedrolls in here. I hear skellies. Now, if there's anything we can surely all agree on, it's that some very malign undead are absolutely not within the purview of peace. These ones are surely a pestilence we must be rid of. As I get hatcheted in the head. As you do. Oh no. That's not good. Yep. Out I go. Into the light with ye. Are they throwing up blocks that I'm just ramming into? I might need to bump that difficulty down if I'm gonna go hand to hand, at least for a little bit. Ah, but he's almost done. Ales well that ends well, I suppose it would tell us. That was almost me done. Goodness. They got me on the ropes. I'm boned. If not for that, anyway. That's not wasted either. Jesus, those strikes hit hard. I might just get into light armor for the sake of having some protection afforded. Maybe mage armor, I'm thinking. You're all just a bag of bones! See? Now you're my meal. Yeah, you run away. As you should. Hup. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to spec up. Oh. Oh, hey! Good seeing ya! Come help! I definitely need it. Thank you. One quick swoop, and he was done. You already did, my friend. You already did.
Going on about. Emperors have been assassinated before, but this time, I don't know.
That news gets out quick. Wow.
Move along.
Yeah, I'll do that. After being pretty much held together by Magicka alone. Which reminds me. What I was talking about earlier is that apparently Tamriel was all meant to be. Just vast, wide open, dense jungle, like Catachan deep jungle for those 40k fans out there. And then somewhere along the way, it just wasn't. For, I think, fantasy convention's sake. They just kind of let it go. See if I can get him before he gets me. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Yep. That's what I'm looking for. And good. All for 9 gold. That figures. Now what have we here? Advances in lockpicking. Nice. Some thieves can't read. If you can't read, get someone to read this book to you. It will make more sense then. Now that's a wordy way to put it. Literally sophisticated, truly. What? You're... Oh. Can't believe I didn't quick save. That's nuts. Yeah. Should have spent a little bit more time. Come on. Total whiff. Wow, right in the noggin, I guess. Might need a potion right away. Gonna run out of these bad boys soon if I'm not careful. Come on! Oh, so close. So close. Come on. Miss it. Oh, nope, that's not good. Retreat! I've never thought about it, but I do wonder what holds these skeletons together. Like, they're clearly at least semi-autonomous, if they're not getting any kind of command from anyone else. Any necromancers, foul and unclean. Come on! Fire off! Ah, you missed. And again! This will be your final misses, fool. Gotchas. See if I can try and not lose a lockpick. Let's go. Ah. Simple as. Nothing down here. Oh, there we are. I hear creaky bones. The bones of Jones. Grinding in moans. For aeons untold. There you are. Don't look at me. Nope. I knew that was too good to hope for. Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Oh no. Where am I going? Okay, I did find my way back out. Good. Away with you. Wow. I see you had friends, huh? No. Might need some sorcery here. Oh, to be a ranged character. I'll never get over just how much more easy magic characters are. It would be almost impossible to imagine a game where you didn't use any magic to include alchemy at all. Unless you were to be on the easiest setting, I guess, in which case you're just a damage sponge. That one could have ended me right quick. Potion time. Hibachi. You don't stun at all, do you? No, you don't. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn that difficulty a wee bit down. A wee bit. Well, not that far. There we go. A little bit more on the normal side. Because they are absolutely wrecking me. And I don't imagine it's too terribly fun to watch, honestly. Now, that's a bit more even-handed. These are like level 1 monsters, after all. They shouldn't be handing me my tail every single time. I understand there's supposed to be a compensated system built into almost every one of Bethesda-type games, to make it feel like you're constantly getting a challenge, but that is just extra. And not in a good way. God, I didn't run forward there. Ah yes, the endless oblivion towards the sky. Now that's surely the place I need to go. I'm honestly rather surprised to find any kind of non-pre-generated asset or effect in these parts. Yeah! Now that's what I'm talking about. An extensive cave for being so early in the game. And a boom. Nope, come back here. You're an easy one. Arch that. quite frankly, where most of these tell something of a bit of a story. I think the only thing I'm piecing together from this cave is that it was a burial site of some variety, with an altar for some purpose, presumably for burial rites. Then now there's just skellies all about, for some unexplained reason. I do grasp that the purpose is supposed to be for you to fill in the story yourself and kind of come to your own conclusions, but... why? I'm not really getting much of a vibe off of this one, admittedly. Maybe it'll wow me at the end. More of that set dressing I was talking about. Oh! Oh, well that would probably offer some explanation. I suppose those were probably just the serfs, then. If this is the noble's quarters. To be sure, there's not much that appeals to nobility here as of yet. Ah, that would explain it. Necromancers.
Guess it was.
Nah, lad. Nope. Not gonna let you heal. Yep, there's me. Gotta be more careful about that. Ah, that would be what happened to me. A whole crowd decided to come my way. Might just have to come back down here at a later level, because this is a touch much. Not really meant for my level, I don't think. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll be chugging them potions. Something fierce. Yeah, they're summoning Atronox. I am definitely not meant to be here. I'ma turn around. I'll be back for you guys later. For now, I got a meeting with Jauffre. That's not the way back, I don't think. Nope, okay. In fact, that's deeper in. Oh, hell. Did I Did I cross into a new portion of the map that I haven't? Okay. Yeah, absolutely did. Well, I'll be buggered. I can at least finish the top level here. That way I don't have to come back later. There you are. Close. Not close. And just right. Oh, 47 picks. I've been stocking up. Nice. Oh, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. Wow. Well, I might as well explore this side, since I am already here. Maybe I'll actually find somewhere to take a nap. We shall see. This feels so far, though, like the exact kind of death trap I was looking to avoid. And there we go. Crab Rangoon for later. I'm glad that all of my effort, all those years ago really did hold on. Learning the proper cadence of the lock-picking minigame, of all things. Hang on, I know that you want to lop my head off, but I got this box over here right quick in this lockpick. Alright, now we can take a turn for tumbling. Have at ye. And that's how you got in the dome zone. Yeah, so about our, not looking for as many fights as we can, get into. I think that a revised version of this that we'll be finding ourselves in by obligation of the first area and then by continuing on, especially through anywhere like here, will be that we will not attempt to tackle any who have the capacity to be reasoned with, and whenever we get into the illusion or mysticism, I don't recall which one, spells, we'll try and pacify opponents as much as possible, if we cannot sneak by, anyway. But those, like skeletons, rats, necromancers, and all of your standard lot that have absolutely zero interest in being buddies of any variety, we will, we'll show them a thing or two. It would be unjust if we didn't, yeah? Can I punch a zombie out? Or a ghost? Nope, absolutely not. Well, I guess I will have to use a touch of magic at least. Oh. Hang on now. Absorb health will be perfect for what we're going for. Ah, there we go. Now that's soothing touch. Exactly what I was talking about before. Yes, please. Now, number 4 is... yes, absorb health. Does that give you health? No, it absolutely lifts it. Sweet. But it is magicka heavy. Yeah, go ahead, just hover there. Ain't no thing. Resilient. Come on, magicka. I believe in you. There we go. Give me your ectoplasm. Boom. Now back to plans. Compared to all the wooden boxes for a servant's chamber, this is surely something. And all of that for a bone, some burgundy linens, and a single handful of gold. Yeah, that was worth all that bother. With all these sarcophagi, it feels like I should surely be able to do more. But I get what it gives me. And now that we're coming up on it, I think that we will call it even at the turn of the half-hour mark. Because let me tell you, it has already been quite a day, and it is mighty warm here even still. I am ready for a nice cool refreshment, as I'm sure many of you are too. Probably enjoying some right now, as we sit. Lord Crypt. What am I looking? Ah, yes, the Great Forest. I appreciate that they have their enemy arrays all lined up. Simple, medium, and hard. As you do. Thank goodness for the local map. It would be nigh impossible to find my way around here without it. And another hard save. Now let's get back to the actual quest. Fill up all of my pockets with every bit of flora and fauna that I can find. Look like a running market stall. Ah, yeah, scaling the mountainside. Going full Skyrim style. Wonder how close I am to the edge of the map now that I think about it. Oh, not at all. I got tons of space to go. Finally, a little bit of footing we can get. And something evidently is still chasing me, even across the entire mountainside. That's dedication right there. All for a peaceful house cat. Ah, there it goes. Guess it finally despawned. And hello there. Ah, yes. Ginormous blue caps. Not a whiff of it that I can grab. But these bergamot, though, they're popping. Almost every single one, in fact. And then some. Now, if only I could find a place to lay down at. That'd be mighty handy. No, lad. What do we got here? Where is my common spell? There we are. Where you at? There you are. Ah! I've contracted the shakes. Ah, no, that's not good. Let's see. Have I anything that can take care of that? Absolutely not. Resist disease, but no cure disease. Well, let's see. I know I picked up some alchemy supplies. There we are. Oh. I guess I'll have to leave him in the dust, and then I can go over here. That ought to do. Nope, okay, never mind. Still too close, apparently. I guess I'll use T, since that's quicker to check. But, you know, at least I'm gathering up tons of alchemy supplies, because I will certainly need it. Ah, hell. Away with you. St. Jane's wort nectar. Nice little modification there. It definitely gives it that in-game appeal. Yeah. I would never associate that with St. John's wort. Not by a long stretch. I'm sure it's very botanically different. Still can't get any potions of brewed up. Thing must still be on me. That is something that I do miss about Skyrim, that's for sure. They had it a little too easy to stealth your way out of everything, or into everything for that matter. But it's rather unreasonable that all this way, trekking to here from way the hell back over there on a cliffside, I could not get a simple rat to leave me the hell alone even after I hit him with my calm spell. Insane. Of all the things that I do wish they would have changed from the original game and the remaster, it would definitely have been that. Let's see, if I put a few of these resist diseases together, well, that will let me make something, but not quite what I'm looking for. What if I play around with these? Okay, that just won't do anything. At least I'll have a bunch of potions to sell off. Does that do anything to get rid of the disease that I already have? Nope. Okay. It was worth a shot anyway. In any event, once we get to the Priory, we ought to be able to take care of some things. I'm sure they have some cure disease potions for sale or something of the sort. And here we are. Hey yo, what
I'm
up?
the shepherd here. Eranor's the name, and this is Waynon Priory.
Very cool, lad.
He's not sleeping or eating. He'll be fussing with his books, I reckon, over in the Priory house.
Well enough.
We're
How
all
about some
talking about
rumors?
the Emperor's murder. We have no emperor and no heir. That's never happened before.
Not even
suppose
once.
We should all be worried. This better be good. Is that so? Blah, blah, blah. What a... It's good of... That's really funny. I like that. Blah, blah, blah. What a bore. That's just talk. I like you, too. That... You're a big... Oh, please. You're... Oh, blah. Is that so? That... Blah.
You know,
Scare me.
I've heard mixed thoughts
You're...
about the Oblivion wheels
You're too... You can't...
for conversation and speechcraft,
I like that. You're...
but I'll tell you one
It's good
thing.
of you to say so. You're...
I've never been a fan.
Oh, please.
It is good to have the skill up, though, anyway.
Fat liar. Oh, it's good of you. You can't scare me. Oh, that's... You're... Thank you. You're wasting your breath.
Alright, very cool. Well, onward and upward. We'll have just enough time, I think, to take a nap. Probably loot this place bone dry. And talk with Jauffre. And then that will be where we call it. Hey yo, what up, man?
I'm Brother Jauffre. What do you want?
Is that so? I bring you the Amulet of Kings.
This cannot be. No one but the Emperor is permitted to handle the amulet.
Bet.
Let me see it. By the nine. This is the Amulet of Kings.
Told you I wasn't joshing.
Who are you? How did you get this? What do you know of the Emperor's death?
Oh, you know, I was just there, right next to
I
him.
believe you. Only the strange destiny of Uriel Septim could have brought you to me carrying the Amulet of Kings.
As you do. Now, how about closing shut the jaws of Oblivion?
As well. The Emperor seemed to perceive some threat from the demonic world of Oblivion. The Prince of Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon, is one of the Lords of Oblivion. But the mortal world is protected from the Daedra of Oblivion by magical barriers.
That's so. How can they threaten us then?
Only the Emperors truly understand the meaning behind the rituals of coronation. The Amulet of Kings is ancient. Saint Alicia herself received it from the gods. It is a holy relic of great power. When an emperor is crowned, he uses the amulet to light the dragon fires at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the emperor dead and no new heir crowned, the dragon fires in the temple will be dark for the first time in centuries. It may be that the dragon fires protected us from a threat that only the emperor was aware of.
Oh yeah? Well, the Emperor asked me to find
I
his
am one of
son.
the few who know of his existence. Many years ago, I served as captain of Uriel's bodyguards, the Blades. One night, Uriel called me into his private chambers. A baby boy lay sleeping in a basket. Uriel told me to deliver him somewhere safe. He never told me anything else about the baby, but I knew it was his son. From time to time, he would ask about the child's progress. Now it seems that this illegitimate son is the heir to the Septim throne, if he yet lives.
So it is. Where can I find him?
His name is Martin. He serves Akatosh in the chapel in the city of Kvatch, south of here. You must go to Kvatch and find him at once. If the enemy is aware of his existence, as seems likely, he is in terrible danger. And please, let me know if there's anything you need. My resources here are limited, but I will help in any way I can.
Alright, well how about the Amulet of
It will be
Kings?
safest here with me. When you return with Martin, we will figure out our next move.
And how about some assistance?
I keep a few things here in my chest to resupply traveling blades. Help yourself to whatever you need.
Alright, cool. Wait, I got more to ask.
Priority now should be to find Martin and bring him back here.
Thank you for the reminder, but what of
The
Boris?
youngest blades ever to serve in the Emperor's personal guard. I am glad to hear that he survived, but I fear he will take the Emperor's death particularly hard.
Well, he was there and did completely whiff it. Probably. How about these dragon
Coronation of each new
fires?
Emperor is sealed when he uses the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One. The dragon fires of Akatosh remain lit until the death of the Emperor. His successor then lights them anew upon ascending to the throne. With Emperor Uriel dead and no successor crowned, the Temple of the One will be dark for the first time in centuries.
That's bad news. But what about the Elder Council?
The Elder Council rules in the Emperor's absence by ancient tradition. Chancellor Akato heads the Elder Council and is the closest thing the Empire has to a leader right now. But the Blades answer only to the Emperor, of course. We are not an arm of the government.
Well, tell me more about Martin, then.
He is a priest in the chapel of Akatosh in Kvatch. He never knew that he was Uriel Septim's son. You need to find him at once and bring him safely back here.
Okay. Well, you mentioned Mehrunes Dagon.
The Daedra Prince of Destruction, an inveterate foe of all mortal races. He was involved with Jagar Tharn's plot against the Empire years ago. It doesn't surprise me to find his hand in the current calamity.
And one more note about the Blades.
Yes, Boris told you right. I am the Grand Master of the Blades. We serve the Emperor and the Septim bloodline. Talos is our patron. You wonder to find me here? Discretion is our watchword. Only a few of us have the honor to serve publicly in the Imperial Guard.
Alright, very cool. Well, now that we have all that,
You must find Martin before the enemy does.
all this stuff you said I could have, and yet I can't even take a look at your library? Ah, well. I will happily take some things that I can sell in any event. Yo, so much for all that help, huh? I guess the chest is really all you meant. I can't even sleep here? Oh, come on, man. There's at least one, and that'll do. Okay, and now let's do... that's already quite high. Let's do strength, agility, and endurance. Well, I mean, that is important, but we also need willpower badly. It would be a poor decision to take anything else anyway. That's good enough. I'll do with that what I can. You cheap bastard. You're kindly enough to give me high quality blade grade equipment. But you would not be so kind as to spare a fellow who is going to find the Emperor's illegitimate heir a bottle, just one, of mead? A shameful display. But that's it. That is where we will call it for the day. It has been a good time, but now the moment to carry on. Close that out right quick. And get everything pulled over. Okay. Well, I thank you all for being here with me today. I hope that you all genuinely enjoyed every part that you were here for. And if you didn't, please do leave me a comment. Give me some feedback, offer some critique. And you can do that most easily either in the comment section over on my social media at Instagram, Spotify, Twitter, BitChute, or the Threefold Edifactory on Discord, all linked in the description. If you did think it was good enough to earn a little bit of your support, aside from sharing it around, liking, and telling your friends about it, then you can make a one-time donation with Stream Elements, or if you want to do something a little bit more recurring, starting at $5, we have a Patreon, also linked below. If you join up with Patreon, you get a few more benefits like all of our content placed in one easy-to-access location, the ability to participate in polls that will direct the channel, and the areas and subject that it goes into, as well as getting a few special roles and accesses in the Discord server. Not to mention any of our workshop files that come up, not to mention any of our workshop files that are involved in any of our videos, to include some of the gameplay development and or channel development material. But without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.